Hi all, my name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chess, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hey guys. So happy Wednesday. I realize it's been a couple of days. I ended up having some last minute errands I needed to take care of, and it kept happening, you know, things like that. And unfortunately, during that, I somehow have misplaced my stylus. Oh. It fell. Okay. Yay. Yeah. Right. So now here comes the problem. What the hell was I doing last week? I don't remember. It's all good. It's all good. I'll figure it out, right? Oh, all right. I was gonna finish. I was gonna go and redo this side of a bird's face because it's all sorts of wonky. Woot. Woot woot. Woot woot. Yep. Okie dokie, Smokey. But before I go and do that, I'm gonna finish figuring out where all my lines go. Root. There's gotta be. Boo. Okay. What the? Go away. Hello? Did you miss me? Yeah, man. We'll see how life goes. Ah. No, I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it. I'm not like... I understand. I understand. Don't get me wrong. I did miss doing this. This is now so ingrained as a part of my daily schedule that Saturday I woke up and was sticking around on my phone and saw the time. I was like, okay, I better go and start streaming. And then I was like, wait a second. Today's Saturday. I still have to get up, but it's not because of streaming. So, yes, this will make any life changes very, very difficult, to an extent, but that's okay. Anyways, well, no. Dude, I had like a lot of brain thoughts this weekend. Not even joking. Not even joking. They, I will say that they also culminated this morning, where they all just like fell into place, kind of. So, while I've been working on stuff outside of doing these live streams, I have been watching Matlock, the new one that is Kathy Bates, I think it's Kathy Bates. I'm gonna go and look this up. Cast, there we go. Yeah, Kathy Bates. I didn't know that. Oh, what is his name? Bro. Oh, there it is. Beau Bridges was on there. I didn't realize that was Beau Bridges. I didn't know that he was on there. So that was interesting. But because of Kathy Bates being on TV and being a part of the American consciousness for, let's face it, a very long time, you know, her life has been fairly well documented. There are two things I saw. Like, the initial one, you know, I've seen it, and it was a really interesting thing to go and see. And what that was how gaslighting affects people. And it affects all sorts of people. And whenever you have definitive proof, like an objective definitive proof, it changes everything. It really sucks that we have to do that, but one of the things is that 60 Minutes, I think, did an interview with her where she was talking about having won an Oscar or something. I forget what the award was, but you know, she was playing it down, and you know, the interviewer was like, you know, why are you playing this down so much? And she goes in about how one of her family members kind of also like put it down and everything. And they said it's because I didn't thank them. And the interviewer's like, you know, you totally did, right? she like straight up with like the conviction of a person of her age and time period. I don't want to call her a boomer, but she is definitely a boomer. She's of the boomer generation. Anyways, she's like very much like, no, I didn't. There is no proof of this. And then the interviewer's like, there is proof. I'm going to show it to you. And you see this like guilt just like suddenly shift. Like she's like, oh my god, I totally did do this thing. What? And you see this shift, and I don't know if it's because I haven't seen much of Kathy Bates in acting. I really haven't. You know, I know her as, was it Nurse Ratched or something? But she's obviously a very, very good actress, and I was like, oh, that's cool to see. It's like the real effects of gaslighting, even though it would have been so much better if she had been shown that for, you know, way earlier in her life. But, you know, she did get to see it, and you do get to see like the actual change. And then I was like, okay, well, this seems interesting. So I started watching Matlock. Back in the day, I actually used to watch Matlock, and what is it? Not Murder, She Wrote. God, what is his name? I love him. He was in Mary Poppins, and he was in a whole bunch of different shows and everything. Very distinguished gentleman. Still alive, was in both Mary Poppins movies. Anyways. What was that show? Dick Van Dyke. There we go. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. What was he in? There was a show that he was in. I think the guy is still alive. Yeah, the guy, holy shit, he's 100. Or he's going to be 100 this year. If he makes it to the end of December, that man will be 100 years old. Holy F. And he's still acting. Jesus H. What was the show? It's not Murder 101. Huh. I'm gonna have to watch that. Diagnosis Murder. I watched a lot of that. I enjoyed that show. Oh, okay. It was a Lego Batman film. Okay. Anyways, I definitely got very confused between, back in the day. I was often very confused between, watching, that and Matlock. Anyways, but the thing that kind of brought this up is that I was, in addition to the whole like gaslighting thing, is that there was an episode, and I'm kind of sorry that I'm doing this, but in that episode, if I'm doing spoilers, I'm sorry. But in that episode, they talk about sexual harassment in the in the workplace. You know, Matlock is a lawyer show, so they're going to deal with lawyery things. And one of the things, and I have noticed, because okay, so one reason why I think that the Bible Belt is the way it is because there's a lot more older people here, and so it, you know, very conservative, very old school values. There's a lot less young people in the Bible Belt. So and unfortunately a lot of the younger people were very much I don't necessarily feel like they were taught in school. Anyways, most of their values do not come from things that they learned in school. Anyways, so it was a very interesting thing because, you know, she's working, so the whole show is about her working on this project, and they don't really hide a whole bunch from the viewer. Like, they definitely show why she's doing this, or she talks about why she's doing the thing, and you find out very, very early what's going on. And which to me kind of is but it's how they're pacing the show. Anyways, but you know, being a lawyer show, they have to go and talk about things that are being done. And she, one of the things is that she, like, you know, she's very hesitant about taking on this case, and she's about participating in this case, and she's in a position where she's forced to, and everyone's wondering why she's like so resistant to it, and she's like, I don't think we should have taken the case. We should have just, you know, back in my day, we just kind of ignored it. Well, she's forced into this position where she has to actually actively participate in the case, and she starts thinking about her past. And one of the things that she brings up after thinking about it a bit, she's like, you know, there was this one guy whenever I was up and coming. There was this one guy, and they tried to be intimate with me. Well, you know, what we do is just avoid them. And then she was like, you know, that changed a lot of things, because I had to lie to myself and be like, hey, I'm okay by doing this stuff instead of the stuff that she really wanted to do. And it defined her entire career. And, you know, looking at it that way, it's like, okay, how many, like, you know, I'm not saying it's just with women, you know, it's kind of like the whole neighbor's house on fire, you know, everyone goes to help even though your house isn't on fire type thing. But and if I need to explain that, please let me know. But the thing with that is that, you know, how many women, you know, for every, you know, if you really think about it, probably for every outspoken woman, there's at least 10 other women who were forced to change their careers. They couldn't get the traction or things like that, and because they were trying to avoid situations where they would be put into a situation where they would have to deal with the creeps. And it's like, that's not That's not how people should live. All right. Humans are programmed for, humans are 100% programmed for dealing with danger. And one of the best ways to avoid danger is not to be in a situation with danger, in a dangerous situation to begin with. Well, that being said, humans... Exactly. I will say, whether I'm blessed or not, my particular flavor of my particular flavor of AU ADHD is very, very much, unless I immediately get vibes from you, I will ignore all signs. I will ignore all signs. The vibes are the most important things, but I definitely am not one to sit there and be like, okay, unless the flags have been specifically pointed out. Oh yeah, no. But the particular vibes can be really bad. I don't. So it makes life a little bit harder, but I have learned more and more to trust my gut. But yeah, no, the whole thing with that is that it's very much interesting. It's very interesting. But it definitely begs the question of, you know, back in the day, she would have been one of the few female lawyers that were out there, you know. So yeah, she would have been probably on the front lines of that, and that probably, even though she was on the front lines, and even though she was definitely showing that people could go and do it, you know, she still wasn't able to follow her dream, like Madison, not actual Kathy Bates, but she wouldn't be able to go and follow her dream to go and be a trial lawyer. And, you know, she didn't realize it at the time, but looking back, it was like, oh my god, you know, this one little interaction changed the course of my life. And she brought that up. So that was a really interesting thing. But yeah, it you know, it's a very, very, very interesting situation overall. That's not quite what I meant to go and say. It was interesting to see that, because not only was she like, yeah, here's this thing and here's my experience, but like, this is how it has ended up changing my life. Like, and so it made me very, very, it made me reflect, you know. On that note, on the whole like reflection type note thing, so have you guys seen all these ads about hating ads and everything? I'm gonna give a hot take here, and I know this is like a 180. Fuck. But we see all these ads for how ads are terrible and how all these things. I'm gonna give a hot take here and say that I'm actually a fan of ads. Now, I am strictly a fan of ads when it's more than 15 seconds. If it's less than 15 seconds, it kind of pisses me off. Excuse me, 30 seconds. If it's less than 30 seconds, I prefer my ads between 1 minute to the 3-minute standard ads for that's on TV. Now, there is a reason for it. I'm not just being like, oh yeah, ads are great, blah blah blah. So my reasons are practical. I will say the one thing that I freaking hate about ads is that they decide to go and pick the loudest sound out of the TV show and adjust the volume quality for that, which is bullshit because you have to turn off the TV, which pisses me off because the whole point is to go and actually, like, you have to mute the TV. So that's stupid, dumb, and I freaking hate ads. Screw all of you guys that do that. I hate you guys so much. Like, okay, so now the reason why I like ads. Well, the reason why I like ads is because they are a natural segue between stories. I like them because that means I can get up and go and do things and not miss my shows. I will say that being able to have a tablet and take it with me everywhere, that's really nice. But I would much rather have an ad where I can listen to it, because honestly, you're not watching ads, you're listening to them, okay? But they don't have to go and bleed your eardrums out. It's not even they help with transitions. It's the fact that I can go like during an ad, when it's not a thing that I'm super interested in, I can listen to it and exactly. I can get up and go and do laundry. I can get up, something that is a short amount of time to go and do. It is a natural, like, timed break that I can go and do chores around the house and come back and watch my show and reward myself. Honestly, TV is perfect for neurodivergent people because you have those natural leeways. Like, the worst thing for somebody who's ND is it is streaming services, unless you have like the cheapest of the cheap, which I do, because I actually like ads. You know what's even better is that I like the ads that tell you how much time you have. Like, do that. I freaking love it. Not for the individual ads, because that freaks me out, but the overall time. I love it. I will turn on the TV, watch it, and whenever I have stuff like that, I will go and be like, okay, I have this much time, or I can come back and do that. It gives me time to go and clean litter boxes. It gives me time to go and put paperwork away. It gives me time for, hello, little one. Like, I like that. And it's a little reward too. It is a natural rewarding system. And, movies, it's a little bit harder to do that with, but yeah. Still, guys, ads are fine, okay? I don't mind ads. I just prefer it if the ads were, not, not 30 seconds. All right? Saturday morning cartoons were the most amazing things ever back in the day. I don't care what anyone else says. I liked Cartoon Network whenever I could watch it, but it was a little much. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little much. Like, so here's another thing. Here's another hot take on, you know, TV watching and all that kind of stuff. It was so the thing with Saturday morning cartoons is that, or with cartoons back in the day, is that they'd be like, oh yeah, 3 o'clock, we're gonna go and start playing cartoons. And here's the thing, most people I knew growing up weren't able to go and watch cartoons at 3 after school. Like, maybe start at the earliest 3:30, then you would definitely get a lot more kids. Or frick, do it at 4 o'clock, then we can go and do it, because it's a nice little reward thing for kids. It gives them time to decompress, and again, the ad breaks were perfect, so then they could go and run off and do their household chores and come back. Yes, and I am saying run off for all y'all that grew up without watching TV and we're all like for the streaming services and DVRs and all that happy horse BS. Yeah, screw you guys. No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, it was those small little things. I didn't get very often to go and do it because when my bus rides would take an hour from school, or to and from school, and yeah, full on. And right, your generation sucked. No, I had it too. I had that too. I didn't really like going outside too much because, you know, didn't have anyone to go and play with. When you're out in the country, going outside usually means you're going to have to work. I avoided that like the plague. I didn't mind it looking back. It's like, okay, that was actually pretty freaking healthy being able to do that. But I wasn't really allowed out into the fields. Actually, how old was I? I don't remember. It was, I had to have been either 5th or 6th grade when my parents were like, hey, don't go out into the fields. And I was like, wait, I'm allowed to go out into the fields? And they're like, well, you were. It's like, why can't I go out in the fields now? They're like, because there's a really nasty bull out there. Oh, that makes sense. And and then they were like, and then I was like, so how come, or since when was I allowed to go out into the fields? After that day, I started going out into the fields. And the reason being is because, you know, for the longest time it was, I couldn't go out into the fields unless there was an older person with me. And let's be fair, that's a pretty good reason. Because, being out in the middle of nowhere and not having cell service or anything like that, because naturally, I don't care how good everyone thinks coverage is. It's really not. I will be impressed when coverage actually reaches like down in the valleys and everything, because you still can't get phone service. I don't care what those like 4G maps say. They are not that good. They are not that good. It's all lies, and you can't convince me otherwise unless I actually see it. And guess what? I haven't seen it. I will say it is getting better, but yeah, like Saturday morning cartoons, that was a thing. Again, being able to like go and take a break and then come back and watch your stuff. That's great. Also, I will never, ever, 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 ever let any child that I am around watch Cocomelon. And if somebody says let them, I will be like, you have done terrible things to your child. That show is screwed up. That show is really screwed up. And it's not because the actual like show is screwed up. It's because oh, I'll explain why. I will explain why. So the thing with Cocomelon is that it's all based on psychology, and it is specifically designed. There you go. So long as it's not Skibidi Toilet. But Cocomelon is specifically designed to stimulate kids. Like they literally have a audience testing group that anytime the kids stop watching the show and start watching something else, they go and mark that time period. There we go. They go mark that time period, go back and edit it, and then repeat the process over and over. So then the kids do not stop watching the show. It's why so many parents have had a hard time. Yes, you have stated repeatedly that your kid is a person who loves the creepy stuff. Not sure how I feel about that, but that's okay. Anyways, I mean, I feel like if one parent likes creepy, the kid is doomed to really, really like creepy. But no, Cocomelon is specifically designed to go and keep hold of children's attention. And it's gotten so bad that and a lot of shows are trying to follow this trend, but it's gotten so bad with Cocomelon that it's hard for parents to actually maintain a healthy schedules for the kids. Like they will full on throw tantrums and fits and freak the F out because they aren't able to continue watching the show. And I haven't seen any episode of Cocomelon. I feel like being indie, I would be particularly susceptible to it. And I know that sounds absolutely terrible. But because the thing about being indie is that the things that work with kids are very beneficial for neurodivergence. Not in the fact that, you know, oh, we can't understand anything. No, it's because that we have the same amount or we have a lot more synapses than neurotypicals do, but we have less than kids do. We still we have this in between. More like we have a teenager brain, but our brains did not go through the full-on pruning process, so that's why we have a lot more things, synapses going on, and why it's harder for us to pay attention to things. Typically, when you're a teenager, your brain starts going through a process to go and streamline neural pathways. But being neurodivergent, that process does not happen. Therefore, using things that are for kids aids, things like that, is really, really helpful because we still have a lot of those synapses. And the symptoms, you know, manifest differently between men and women. Typically, like I said, I have both presentations. And it really depends on the day which one is more. And yes. So it is one of those, things. But I do feel like if I were to watch Coco Melon, I would be more susceptible to that. Because of because it is specifically designed to capture attention and to keep attention. And while I am interested in seeing what the show synopses actually are, I really hope that they have like some sort of plot to them and not just, oh hey, we're going to do a bunch of random stuff to keep your attention. Because if it's that, then it's even worse than I have given it credit for, and that's pretty bad. I haven't given it a lot of credit, but because essentially what it is publicly funded brainwashing and psychological warfare. I know that sounds like a really, really bad statement to make, but essentially that's what it is, because these shows are testing how to maintain contact with kids, maintain contact with people. And the best way to do that is to test it out on a young audience. Well, how young can you go? That's creepy. So, yeah, there is a lot of like weird things out there, and right now, so all right, here's another hot take. I think one reason why our forefathers were so much better at dealing with the crap that's going on. Oh, like Five Nights at Freddy. Yeah. People be weird. I think one reason why, and again, this is my own personal opinion, but I think one reason why our forefathers were able to, even as far back, even as recently as, I don't know about those. I don't know anything about that. Is because they didn't have as much information, as many different, things hitting them all at once. Like, I've got calls to action for human rights, call to action for global warming, call to action for being ethically responsible, all these calls to action. Ugh. That's gross. That's so gross. That's so gross. Also, don't film unless you're, God, what is his name? There's one dude that does a really, really nice job. Anyways, but I feel like it was a lot easier to organize because you didn't have all these calls to action, And like, it would be nice if we could go and have a singular call to action, be like, okay, it's this thing. But there's also like, okay, what's the most important thing? And that's really, really hard to say, because we didn't get things taken care of when it was easier. And this is, okay, so here's another hot take. I think overall, 90% of the human race is neurodivergent. And the reason why, and this is very, very important, this is a very, 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 like, important thing that I've noticed, is that lawmakers across the board literally will not go and take the initiative for things until it's right in the freaking face. Like, we could have had, like, when Star Trek Star Trek Next Generation came out, that was the beginning. You know, we had computers, we were doing all this. It was like the 90s. It was like late 80s, early 90s. I think that's right. Maybe it was mid 2000, early 2000s. I don't remember the time range on it. But here's the thing, is that we were discussing AI. Like, why the hell did we not have laws for AI the moment that we started having shows that talked about doing actual AI and building all these robots? Like, why did we not have these laws in place already? Like, we literally have, like, the roadmap to it. Thank you, Isaac Asimov. But why did we not have these laws in place? Because the military's already doing it. Like, the military has been trying to build robots for years. Like, come on, guys. Why are these laws just now getting into place? Why are, like, we knew. Yeah, but, you know, that's one reason. But if, here's the thing, is that they could have made so much more money if the laws had been in place instead of trying to fight it now. You know? Yeah. Yeah, but still, they could have, if the law, here's the thing, is that the laws were in place already, then we wouldn't have to worry about it now. Like, seriously. It's so dumb how things have, how things are. And again, capitalization is one reason, but the other reason has got to be the whole, we'll worry about it later type thing. Well, it's later, and unfortunately we've got a bunch of different fires going on now. And, you know, the people who actually make the most money off of this stuff are the ones that were like, yeah, we were ethical the entire time. Because that's gonna hit really badly for those companies very about soon. So, you know, yeah. Anyways, that's just my take on this. Yeah, my brain did a lot of processing over the weekend, and now, or over the past couple of days, and now it's like, okay, we're done with the whole processing bit. Now we're just gonna go out into the world and talk about things. Woot! Now we're gonna go and give our thoughts on it. I do not like that side of the bird at all. Okay. What we are going to do is... Oh, I'm still on the eraser. That's not helpful. I'll believe in you! Ah. Well, maybe it's the... screw it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Right. Right, there's always a butt ugly phase. Whether other people feel it's a butt ugly phase or if they don't, you know, that's different, but... Or that's how other people may feel. But there is always a butt ugly phase. I feel like that is... Okay. And we are going to erase that. Oh shit. Yeah. I can live with that. Kind of. Okay. I can live with that, I think. I think I can live with that. Ah, fuck. Oh shit. Did that on the wrong line. That's fine. And... Okay. And we'll bring... this. And we'll erase that. And we'll look at it. Almost there. But it's better than it was. I'm hungry. Oh, I only have 6 minutes left. I can handle that. For this stent. Come on, guys. And you... There we go. Mine! Okay. I think I can live with that. I mean, I'll be able to. Well, we got 4 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go and work on our projects. You think you can last 5 more minutes? 5 more minutes! And then switch projects. Then switch projects. Yeah, you know, I think I can live with this. I'm gonna go and do my checks. You know. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I actually need to go and do checks too. Bro. What? Okie dokie. And I'm gonna do this. Right? I'm sitting here like, I'm starving! I'm starving! I'm wasting away as I'm talking. So hungry. So hungry. Anyways. Yeah, I can live with that. I think it's because, and you know what, at this point I'm gonna combine these. I think it's because this guy needs to be a little bit shorter. Okay. That worked. Let's bring... And once more, I do want to go and play Fallout again. I was very, very much thinking about maybe blowing off today and going and playing Fallout. But clearly I didn't. Clearly I didn't. But I am not gonna lie, I will probably spend this afternoon playing some Fallout. And, then go on to the other work that I need to be doing. Yeah, man! And updating all my, updating or posting onto my, Insta about the, about my start. Woot woot. You know what? I'm just gonna leave that as is. It'll be fine. That is the wrong thing. I need this one. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And we are going to make you... Ah, shit. Should have done this earlier. Look. Oops. I believe in you. I believe in you. Come on. Come on. 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I believe in you. I believe in you. 30 seconds. Come on. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. I'm also, like, cheering on for myself, too, because I am desperately, like, painfully hungry at the moment. Oh, yeah? Why is that? Slow clap here. It's all good. Shit happens. Yeah, man! Alright, we are on our break. See, I told you you could do it. Hello. We are back. Sorry. My brain is a little frazzled at the moment, and so I'm just like, Where'd my... There it is. Anyways. I did grab some food. I also grabbed some fluids. Now I want to go and grab somebody's neck. No, I'm joking. Man, Okay, so I've heard a mix about the meds, but neurodivergent meds. I've never been on them. However, it sounds like sometimes it sounds wonderful, other times it sounds absolutely painful. Like how it's very clear that you can tell a difference between them. I like the closest I've come to that is taking daily vitamins, because let's be real here, being neurodivergent, I feel like I feel like being neurodivergent, taking vitamins is as important as taking pills. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I mean, that's fair. See, I'm not one of the neurodivergent people that actually thrives off of caffeine. I'm one of those that it doesn't matter if I drink it or not, I will remain the same. The sugar aspect of it, though, that is very much that's very much a thing. But I will say, I know that it definitely affects my body because I would get caffeine headaches. I used to drink nice. I used to drink a lot of it, but I don't think I saw much in the way of improvements, because at the same time I was eating healthy and everything, so so there was that, and I was a lot more active and all that. But I don't think that I have ever actually received the benefits of caffeine. Because I've sat there, drank a whole can of it, 30 minutes later, I am crashed out. Like, of like NOS, which I think has the highest. Let me go and look this up real quick. Today is going to be one of those days. This usually is my Monday. Oh, wait. Today is my Monday this week. Which? Energy. Hey, there we go. Somebody else has looked this up. Spike. Spike has the most. Okay. That the can says do not drink more than 2 per day. Okay. All right, Bang has the next one. Yeah, at the time, want to see this. Prime is the one I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah, this is UK news. I don't know if it will still... There's a lot of the shit that the US has does not go outside the States. I just want a simple chart, guys. There we go. That's interesting. Alrighty. So I used to drink a lot of Celsius, and that's at 200 milligrams. Huh. Alright, so let's see. Okay. Alright, so I haven't tried any of the 300 milligram ones. I like Celsius as a, what is it? As a water additive. I don't really like it in the canned flavors. Does not taste particularly well. I do like certain kinds of NOS. But as far as the rest of the, like, let's see, as the rest of them goes, I have not tried. Well, no, I think I have tried Bang. I don't know. I don't know if I've tried Bang or not. But for the most part of the ones I have tried, they were not. And the crazy thing about all this is that it got started with Red Bull. Like, all the energy drinks got started with Red Bull, and it's only 80 milligrams of caffeine. Well, it started with Mountain Dew and Red Bull. That's interesting. Okie dokie, Smokey. So, what did you decide? Sewing, or what was the other one? Nice. Yeah, I will definitely say that if you can't focus, sewing is one of those things where you get punished if you don't focus. So, like, your focus needs more focus. Shit, that was the wrong thing. Oh shit, I don't... Nope. 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 We're closing that. We're closing that. Close! Aw, that's cute! Gotta love that. I have also started rewatching Legend of Korra. Makes me cringe. There's supposed to be a new Avatar series coming out, which I am super stoked about. I'm so glad that they went back to, yeah, we're just gonna call it Avatar because that's what it is. And instead of being like, oh, we're gonna tiptoe around this giant like juggernaut here. I don't blame you. Legend of Korra was it was hard to watch. And I'm very hesitant about this new one because they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you 2 seasons. It's like, bro, at this point in time, you might as well just go and plan out 3 seasons. Like, plan out 3 seasons, have a good stopping point for the 2nd season, and then if they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go and let you do a 3rd season, be like, okay, here's our real stopping point. Like, seriously, it's been 3 seasons for both series. Last time you guys didn't plan it this way, it turned into hot garbage. Like, seriously. Just leave the freaking creators alone. Like, seriously, leave them alone. Ah. Okay, it's not super terrible, like, but the character arcs aren't nearly as solid as the first. So Legend of Korra is not, I mean, it's got nice insta or oh, okay, never mind. Your eyeball worries me. I mean, to be fair, that bag is a pretty solid bag. They used that illustration forever. That particular one where she's jumping out of the water. They used that forever. Okay. So speaking of somebody who's like who deals with a lot of dark colored things, why in the hell would Disney go and allow themselves to put the Little Mermaid in black on a dark blue bag? Come on, guys, go and do a white. Maybe they didn't have no, they had to have had the capabilities of doing white because they got her to go and be white. So I know that sounds really, really bad, but okay, so here's the thing when you're printing on stuff, right? Lazy printing. Now I don't know when like the I can't think of what the particular type of printing process is called, but where you can directly, it's not screen printing, it's not even hot, heat press printing, heat transfer. It's a different type of printing. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Disney in the 90s was like lazy design. Like for all their marketing stuff. It was incredibly lazy design. But so for anyone who doesn't know, whenever you print on dark materials, what you do, there you go. When you print on dark materials, what you do is you lay down a layer of white ink and then you go and do your, nice. Then you go and add your colors to it. Because what that white does is it creates a physical barrier where white is a very, very opaque color. Oh my god. I mean, you know, solid? But white is an opaque color, meaning it's very, very solid. So it creates this really nice barrier between the between the dark colors and the dark color of your background and the colors of your actual illustration or design or whatever. It creates a really, really nice stuff. Now, you can get it without the white, but it takes way more ink to go and do that. Most inks are transparent. Holy F. Why? Why does it have to be that tall? Why does it have to be that tall? That seems like... Shit, that's not the thing I wanted. That seems like overkill. Also, the thing... Okay, so the way that the ink is set up... Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, the thing with, oh yeah, 100%. 100%. But most inks are transparent because 90% of the time the layer that you're doing work on is or the surface material that you're working on is white, so you don't have to make it opaque. Therefore, whenever you do stuff like printing onto I mean, I did that even before I go and before I went and learned the printing process. Now I'm like, okay, I can give you guys some leeway for screwing this shit up. I got it. I see why this stuff isn't working. I'm a lot more lenient as to why things are not the way that they ought to be and how stuff like that happens. So it was, yeah, it was very, very interesting. It's one of those things. So yeah, I really, really hope that made sense. Oh, shit. I'm tired. I don't know why well, I kind of know why I'm tired. Frick, I still haven't sent that email out. I've got to go on next break. I've got to go and send out an email. I've been trying to send it out for 2 days. So, all right, to all my neurodivergent folks out there. Yeah, I think you'll understand this. So, what happens is that I will think about sending out an email and I'll be like, okay, I have to go and send this out. I have to go and send this out. And it's me actively trying to remember to go and send out an email or send out a message in order to communicate with people. And I consider that like over a month, or I'll go and be like, yeah, this is a while. If it takes me less than a couple of days, it's fine. If it takes me more than a couple of days, it's a little much. Anyways. Sorry. Oh, I'm very much the yawning. Anyways, the thing with this is that I nice. But it will I sent out an email to somebody whom I have known for a very, very long time. And I was like, and they know that I'm indie. And I was like, I've been trying to send this email out to you for like a month, and they called me up like 2 days later, and they were like, hey, I saw your email and then I didn't get a response back. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I did see your email. I was trying to go and email you back again. And they were like, okay. Yeah. And I was like, I don't think you, I saw your message, and I was like, I don't think you read my email right. I was like, I haven't sent, I'm going to explain it to you. I didn't say I had sent you emails over the past month. I said I've been trying to send you emails for the past month. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's totally different. I was like, yeah, that's totally different. But it's all good. We talked, and it was great. I caught them up on life here. And we very rarely get to go and see each other. They come into town. They used to come into town quarterly, which was amazing because they're super special, awesome, in all sorts of the word. But like it was, oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Yeah, they're a very, very good friend. They're a little older, but, and I have noticed this with a lot of the older generation, that when you start talking about having neurodivergency, even with the people who are, who do have the diagnoses or like know that you have this and have the paperwork and all that kind of stuff, they're not, you can explain it to them and be like, look, here's this thing. And they don't understand. They still think that it's this thing. And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It's like, guys, this is not something that I can just easily work through. This takes medication, and unfortunately I'm not in a position to have medication for this or to be able to get the medication for this at the moment. So you're gonna have to be a bit more understanding and work with me here, because I'm trying to do these things to make sure that I am actually a fully functional, capable adult. And it's a lot harder than it seems, because I don't have that mask anymore. So when you start to actually delve, okay, for anyone who does not know, when you start to delve into your diagnoses and start to unravel your things with it, you start to demask. And one of the things that happens when you demask is that, and I don't know where that, like, I tried to go and find it, and again, my Google foo is not strong. But I did read an article. I forget which one of the medical sites it was. But I did read an article where it was like, hey, when you start demasking, one of the things that happens is that you start losing like some of your capabilities of being of the functions that you were doing while you were masking. And the reason being is that your brain was, it's the same thing that happens with people who are going through trauma, or who have been through trauma, is that their brains have worked out routes to not necessarily deal with the trauma, but to avoid that, and how to work without that. So, I would freaking love to find that article again. It was an amazing article. God, I really wish I had that article. But it was an amazing article on it, and it was, and so one of the things, I happened to talk to somebody who does know that I do have the official diagnoses. I just don't have the paperwork for it. And I couldn't tell you who the doctor or anything was that had it, or who did it. Because when I did it, I was a kid, and back then I was heavily masking and going through some stuff. So, that was information that I could not handle, and not information that I felt I needed, or that my brain figured it needed to know. So it was not actively retained. Now the thing with that is that it, but I was talking to them, I was like, hey, here's this thing that's going on. And they're like, well, back in my day, I only had like 2 days a month where I didn't have to, or where I didn't work. And it's like, well, here's the difference between us. I'm not masking anymore. Therefore, no, I can't do that stuff anymore. Like I used to back when I was like full on masking. Oh, I could do it. No problem. Now it's like, okay, if I try to mask, it is so much energy. It's so much more energy than it used to be. Well, it still was a lot of energy, but it didn't feel like it was a lot of energy because it was a part of my everyday. I have boundless sets of energy now, and I just want to go and do stuff, but I'm still missing that crucial enzyme or whatever to make myself go, or to be at the level of function that I can go and do that. Now, that is, I don't actively know. How I'm at. Well, okay, no, that's not true. One of the things I have noticed is that I will reflect whatever culture is there. So, and it's an unfortunate thing. If I'm someplace, I will mirror whatever is there, unless I start getting comfortable, in which case I don't mirror as much. But I will still absolutely like mirror what's going on and play ball if I'm not in. So I mirror what the environment is like. It's really unfortunate, and I think that that's what a lot of neurodivergents do. Oh yeah, no, that's a part of masking. Mirroring is a part of masking, because what we're reflecting is what the people around us are doing. The difference is, it is though. It is. It's exactly that. You are being a chameleon. You're just not as good of a chameleon. You're showing all the bad things. Not all the bad things. It can be talking, jokes, things like that. I'm not particularly good at it. One of the things I do is so mirroring your environment is very, very much one of the maskings. Oh yeah, 100%. So mirroring is one of the things that you do, or that I do, and also being overly friendly and accommodating is another masking technique. Both of those things are there. Yeah, the good, nice girl. Yeah. That was something that was interesting. When I was, like, there were times in school where everyone thought I was this, like, super good, nice girl and everything. And they freaked out, like, Like, they absolutely freaked out one day when I was cursing under my breath in class because I was really ticked off at the teacher. And this was like PE course. And two of the guys were like, "What? I didn't know you knew those words." And it's just like, what are you talking about? Of course I know what those are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of my favorites growing up was "Stop Your Crying or I'll Give You a Reason to Cry." That was one of my favorites. Turns out I was just, regulating. Yeah. I definitely had in high school, that was definitely a thing. Nice. No, if I was bleeding, I very, very much did not end up crying too much. I fell on a tree. I fell out of a tree and landed on a root. And I think I bruised my ribs. God, I hope I didn't crack them, but I bruised my ribs. And I came in and I was just like, ow. Now, mind you, this is not like a short drop. This is like at least 6 feet. Yeah. And, I came into the house and Dad looked at me and he's like, "What happened?" It's like, "I fell out of the tree." And he's like, "Are you okay?" Ow. Yeah, I'm fine. He's like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Yes, I just hurt." And he's like, "I told you not to do that." It's like, so? It happens. I was not... It was not probably one of his favorite interactions ever. But compared to the stupid crap that my siblings did, I feel like falling out of a tree is pretty tame. I had a sibling who tried to go and build a rocket and ended up accidentally creating a pipe bomb. Which, it's just like one of those things. And I feel like that happens a lot more than people realize, is that, you accidentally create things. Let's see, there was, I was listening to this Reddit story. This kid, super smart kid, just wasn't like super street smart. Oh yeah, oops, the pipe rocket. He wasn't super street smart. What happened is that the kid was trying to get out of a test that they hadn't studied for, or delay the test that they hadn't studied for, and accidentally create a real bomb in their locker, or in a locker. Like, it was a very cleverly done thing. I forget how they did it, but it was very cleverly done. And the EOD specialist at the time was like, yeah, no, this kid was like totally made a real bomb by accident. Like, it was very cleverly done. And it's like, oh my God. Like, it was very, very cleverly done. Like, the way that they did the timer was especially clever because, it looked like a kid's science project. Unfortunately, they unfortunately they added an ingredient to it, which turned it into a real bomb. So, yeah, that was an interesting thing, and it's like, oh my god. I mean, it would be like accidentally going in, for those who do not clean, it'd be like accidentally adding bleach to any cleaning concoction. You have now created a deadly gas. Voila. I mean, Well, between our curiosity, between the consistently masking, which is a shit ton of stress, and yeah. And guys, God, I don't imagine that neurodivergent guys live very long at all. Like, guys don't live very long to begin with. Women outlive them by 10 to 20 years on average. And being a neurodivergent guy, oh my God. Like, I'm sorry, you all probably need the meds way more than women do. Oh. But, yeah. Now, okay, here's the worst combination I could think of for, like, the shortest life expectancy. Being a left-handed neurodivergent guy. Is your son, yeah, but he's on medicine, isn't he? He has meds, right? Flip side, being neurodivergent, you learn so much more. I'm fairly certain that every scientist ever is neurodivergent. See, I'm talking like unmedicated neurodivergent, not medicated neurodivergent. Unmedicated, you're way more likely. Medicated, way less likely. See, like, I feel like that should be a thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I have some nibblings who are very much neurodivergent and very much male. I don't know if they're left-handed or not. And I have absolutely no doubts that one of them's going to do something so stupid that I'm just going to be like, bro, how are you alive? And they probably won't even do it like when they're a kid either. They'll wait until they're older and be like, yeah, I can go and do all this stuff now. And I'd just be like, bro, go be wild when you're young. I was telling that to my parents. I was like, you know, when I was a kid, I wish I had done more stuff. And they were just like, I'm so glad you didn't. I was like, yeah, but as a kid, unless you know, unless you commit, you know, federal level stuff or murder, you can pretty much get away with anything, or attempted murder or any of that. You know, like, absolutely, like, along that kind of stuff. I'm not saying go do it. I'm not saying go and be go. I'm not saying go do drugs. I'm not saying go do Grand Theft Auto. Don't do all this other things. Just go and do silly stuff. Sneak into a movie. Steal candy. I don't know. Go do small petty crimes. And then once you become 18, stop. You know, go TP somebody's house. Go egg somebody's house. Don't egg a car. That's dumb and incredibly stupid and rude. And honestly, at this point, the only people who are egging cars are ones who are literally committing villainy. Like, actively trying to get people killed. I've got a story about that, and I will wait until Lizardi comes back to tell the story. Hello, little one. Oh, dude, I don't know why you're like, oh my god. There you go. There you go. I want to fall asleep now. Not bored, just tired. Today I seem overly hyper because my bars, my like vocal bars, keep getting into the red, and it's gotta be because I'm overly hyper today. Blar, blar, blar. Hmm. Excuse me. Yeah, I like that a bit better. I may. No, it looks weird like that, so. You know what else I want to play? Persona 3. Keeps playing on my mind. Ugh. Ugh. Well, why don't you? I don't want to go and hook up my PlayStation again. Why don't you just go and get it off Steam? Have you seen how much the remake costs now? It is still a ridiculous amount of money. Although I may be switching over to good old games. Switch, baby, I love you, but you are getting in my way of being able to do illustrations. Why am I not doing anything with the cat? Because I don't want to do anything with the cat. I wonder. Nope. Ah, that was dumb. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this again. Oh wait, that's not gonna work. Well, it might work. That is not gonna work. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, that did not work. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and not do that. We're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Oh wait, this is the one that still has the thing, isn't it? Okay. Actually, no. That's too much. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, okay. Wait, that's not what I want. Switch, baby, I love you very, very, very much. However, again, you are in the most uncomfortable of spots at the moment. Ah, congratulations! I hope so. Shit. Shit.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's K-A-I-J-U, cleverkaiju.com.
Alrighty. I'm not feeling this today. So, yeah, that, thank you for sending me the, video about the, Valpak. We don't have anything like that here in the Midwest, but, we have things that are similar. They're just not that kind of cool. But that is the type of stuff that I was doing primarily where I was at. So, no, that was a cool little thing. Very much was like, yep, know that, know what they're doing that, have done, except I did it all by hand. It was all primarily done by hand. Can you imagine doing that all by hand? It's not fun, bro. Not fun. Alright, I'm going to drop the transparency on this. You can actually see where my line is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Right, I don't feel so for stuff like printing and things, it requires so much of your brain that I feel like if you're neurodivergent, it especially whenever you're working with stuff like that, you have to be on point with it. And yeah, you don't have enough. Nice. Yeah, you don't have enough brain power to go and sit there and mask whenever you're doing that kind of stuff, because you're dealing with a lot of yeah. Yeah. No. I have just pretty much have come to the conclusion, like, I will respect you and I will come to you with problems and things like that, like bosses and all that kind of stuff. The political BS, I don't have the energy to deal with that. I really don't. And I'm sorry if y'all want to... Why did I do that? I'm a very silly human. If you all want to play that game, by all means, just leave me out of it. Because guess what? I really don't care. Like, we can be friends and everything, but I am not one to go and play the political kissing butt thing. So. Don't get me wrong, I really do actually enjoy working with people. You know, on a personal level and all that. I really do enjoy that. But trying to figure stuff out, or trying to deal with all the political BS that is out there, I really don't have that interest. I'm sorry. Like, there are some people who absolutely find the game fascinating. And, you know, it can be. But I am more interested in making everyone's lives better and making sure that my work gets done. You know, that is the kind of thing that I'm far more interested in. And And if I happen to move up in rank, sure, that sounds amazing. Like, I'm all for that, but yeah. So, are you back to sewing? Are you back to painting the eyeball? Or are you painting laundry? Oh, so I started doing this thing. I don't know how much it how it affects you, but so the thing about laundry is that it's actually better for your clothes if you let them air dry versus throwing them in a dryer. I mean, there you go. I actually do have, like, I am supposed to do a daily assessment on myself. You know, just being like, okay, here's this thing. I haven't been doing it. I was doing it for a little bit, but I was like, I don't want to use up all my paper. So, yes. Oh god, that reminds me, that's gonna be way more expensive now. Wait. You know what? You want to know what one of the worst things about being neurodivergent is? The neurodivergent taxes. It's a real thing. It's not like the pink tax or anything like that. It's not even a official set of taxes. But the thing is, when you are neurodivergent, you pay extra for everything. Reason being is that the things that make your life better and actually are helpful, and once you get to the point where you're like, okay, this is the stuff that I really, really like, you have to get that stuff. There is no in between. It is a thing. Yeah, it's definitely like compound interest. It can be anything from paying your bills to buying a very specific brand of underwear. It's very, very hard. Or hell, it can even be like going and having somebody who regularly somebody who comes in and cleans your house regularly. And not like, I know that sounds really silly, but it's really, really hard. Like, you're not paying for, or so what it is that you're paying for the services of somebody else to go and do the stuff that you can't. That is really, really hard for you to deal with. but it also means that you have a lot of trust in these people, you know. People who are neurodivergent have to trust people way, way more, because it's a lot harder for us to do the basic everyday tasks. But you know what? You know who benefits from us being like, hey, we need somebody to go and do this, is everybody benefits from it. CPAs, maids, dog walkers, you know, delivery, like all sorts of delivery stuff like that is like somebody who is neurodivergent sat there and was like, I don't want to do this. I can't do this. Don't make me do this. How do we solve this problem? Like, seriously. Mother. So, but one of the, what is it? There's something that I was thinking about very, very specifically. One of the, crap, I can't think of what it was now. I do have a few things that I'm just like, okay, I actively need somebody to come in and be like, okay, here is this thing, go and make sure that it does. It's also one reason why we'll go and schedule events. A lot of, or why we, so there are two types of, when it comes to this type of thing, and I'm specifically using a very specific aspect of this. There are a couple of different types of neurodivergent when it comes to house maintenance. There is the, I have the money, so I'm going to go and hire somebody to come in and clean my house. There is, I don't have any money, so I'm going to invite guests over. Then you have the hoarding neurodivergent, which is I'm going to hide everything, so then if people come over. And then you have the minimalist neurodivergent. And I'm trying to get to the minimalist part because I don't want to clean a lot. I don't have the money, and I don't regularly have guests, which sucks. But I don't like cleaning a lot. Oh, cleaning, laundry. Okay, so I will get back to that. But I don't like cleaning, so I'm trying to get into the whole minimalist neurodivergent aspect, which is have less stuff, is what it comes down to. I want less stuff. Anyways, so that being said, you know, it is definitely one of those things. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is that you have people come over on a semi-regular basis. You had your twins, you have your family members, you have other friends, other people coming in. So you go and clean. I mean, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. But my point being is that I'm trying to get to the point where I don't have a lot of stuff, so then I don't actually have to clean a bunch. And it's really, really hard right now for me to let go of stuff. It's a lot easier than it was. First time I got rid of stuff, like actually like intentionally got rid of stuff, I was a hot mess. And it was absolutely traumatizing in its own way, which I'm not lying. It really was. It really was. And now I treat it like, okay, somebody else can do it and it's not, or somebody else may need this and it's not like I'm going to freak out if I don't have it. Yes, I have gotten rid of stuff and then like 6 months later need the stuff that I got rid of. But at the same time, it's like, it's fine. I don't really need it. I've started coming to that. It's like, nah, it's fine. I don't really need it. I don't need to mess with this. This is not things that I want to actively mess with. So I'm spending less. So what I'm trying to get to is the point in which I'm spending less time doing things and worrying about things that I don't want to worry about. I don't want to have it on my mind. So it's really hard. It's really, really hard. And I am heavily leaning towards getting a tiny home one day and just living out of that. And it wouldn't be a mobile tiny home. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in mobile. I want a solid foundation. I want that bitch not to move. Okay? I am not interested in a moving house. It sounds like a really good idea until you start thinking about it, and it's like, that is not a good idea. Because the whole point of travel is to go and experience new things. And if you're always taking your house with you, yes, you're comfortable, but you don't get to experience new things. Like actually get the full experience of the new things. You have your house with you, and it's a constant thing. Like having a van life. Van life is great for vacation. Like that's a great thing for vacation. Going and constantly living in a van, no, that's rough. That's too much. So I want a small place. Honestly, my apartment is too big. It really is. I like it because I have a specific space for my studio, but my apartment is too big for me. I have too much stuff. I don't like it. There are a couple of things I'm just like, okay, if I pare this down, I'm perfectly fine with all this. But for the most part, I would much rather have a smaller place. I don't have a smaller place now because I've been at this place for so long that that it's actually cheaper for me just to stay here until I am ready to actually go and get a house and leave. But yes, it is very, very much too big for me. Which is fine. And so I feel the need to go and fill it with stuff. I don't want to fill it with stuff. I really don't. I don't. So probably in my house, there, like if I have a tiny house, if I ever get a tiny house, which I really, really want, I will probably have a, I already have a toaster oven that air fries, and I swear to God, that thing is the best thing ever. The only problem is that I can't cook bread in it. That's like the only downside to it. But I also have a microwave, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Like a microwave and a toaster oven, perfect. I don't need anything else. All right, cooking wise, yeah, a stove top would be nice, but you know, it's only so good as to make rice. That's the only reason why I use it. And I do have an actual rice cooker. Like it's great for cooking things on a skillet and browning stuff, but you know, I don't need a giant stove. I don't need an oven stove combo for that. Unless I am cooking a full-on festival meal, I don't need that. Not even whenever I have guests over. I don't need it. So I'm just like, well, okay then. All right, we are going to turn that off. But it's one of those things, and I don't need a giant refrigerator. What I do need is a deep freeze. Is a freezer. That's what I need. I need a freezer. The most that I need out of a fridge is to go and hold a couple of gallons of milk, butter, and my water pitcher. Like, in some soy sauce. But I use a freezer way more than I do a refrigerator. Like, that's something that I regularly use. I don't use 90% of the fridge. It is mostly just sitting there looking pretty, chugging up energy. Yay, electric bills. Like, I do want a claw-footed tub, though. I'm not gonna lie, I do want a claw-footed tub. My grandmother had, or it wasn't a claw-footed tub, but it was a raised tub, and I loved that as a kid. I absolutely loved it. I still think it's one of the most amazing things I've ever had, so yes. It was one of my favorite reasons to go to Grandma's house. I know it sounds very bad, silly, but it's true. Okay. But, you know, honestly, I would much rather to have a solid futon that's really, really comfortable for my bed. And have my bed out in the living room. So then, now, granted, whenever I have guests over, it's a lot harder, but, you know, but that's what air mattresses are for, right? For guests. But yeah, that's like, I don't need a whole lot. I don't need a whole lot, and so I'm like, all the space that I really, really actively need is for my studio, not for like living. I need very, very little. Like, if I want to bake, you know, again, toaster oven. Like, I don't need a whole bunch of things. I need counter space, two heating coils for my stovetop, and then just a shit ton of counter space. That's perfectly fine. Like, everything else is just too much. I spent a lot of time researching tiny houses, like so much time. And I have sat there and thought about it a lot. And I do mean a lot. Ah, damn. Okay. That's on me. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Also, trying to find someplace that will be okay with having a tiny house is so ridiculous. It's like, look, you guys are okay with sheds. Yay! Yeah, sometimes going and filling out forms takes up a lot of mental space. Especially when there's extra baggage to it. Ah, shit. Not that I'm saying that there's baggage on this. I have no idea what kind of form you're filling out. But, you know. And then there's forms that are just like, of course, my talking may not be helping. But I did a lot of research on it, and I have thought about it a lot. Like, honestly, my bathroom that I have is just about right. It needs to be a tiny bit bigger. Not because of any like sizing issues, though I do wish that I could actually like kind of lay down in my tub. I can't. I am apparently a tall person. But yeah, I pretty much, if I go and have my legs straight out, I'm sitting in my tub. Not very relaxed. Anyways, so the thing about that is, I need it to be a little bit bigger. So then, or go and do it like the British do and have my, or some of the Brits do. I don't know if all of them do. My apologies, generalizing here. But having my washer in the kitchen or in the I would prefer it in the bathroom, because that way whenever I'm changing clothes and everything, I can just literally throw it in there and have it go. Like that's like not even a giant thing. It's not that giant, man. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I really hope that form isn't like... Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. What is the form for, if I can ask? If you want all the peoples to know. Oh, right, laundry. So I am still curious. So, laundry, right. Oh. Let me know how that goes. Anyways, that sounds like a fun little form to fill out. So, I figured out a thing, and this is also going back to the laundry, or to the nice. This is also going back to the earlier statement of drawing being bad for you. So what are being bad for your clothes? So what I did is I hang my clothes. Not everyone does, but I also might be getting rid of clothes too before too much longer. So what I end up doing is I took my clothes out of the out of the washer and just hung them straight up on the things, and so they're drying while hanging up. And it's like, oh, hey, I know it's not a new trick, but it is something that was just like, oh, look, I don't have to go and like wait until they're dry to go and hang them up. I don't have to organize them or any of this stuff. I can literally just put them on the thing and let them dry, and then I can go and put them in the thing. Or put them in the closet. Yay! So, I will say there's a new hanger that I saw that I would love to get a hold of. Now, granted, it probably wouldn't work as well. And I will say that this is not a foolproof solution because, you know, socks and things like that. But it is a solution for drying and has a lot less problems with getting it done. So I only have to do it once. Yeah, man. Honestly, for the forms, I'd probably just go and do one at a time and then go back through and, I would go do one, take a break, then go back and do another, and so on and so forth until they're all done. But that's just me. But it sounds like it's exhausting. Tax forms are like that. Yep. There you go. I mean, I can't say anything. Monday after I did my stuff, or no, it wasn't Monday, it was yesterday. Yesterday after I did my appointments, I came home and just like absolutely go pre-check it and then go and get yourself some candy after you've gone and do your pre-check. It's all good. It's all good. I'll just be here by my lonesome. No, you're fine. I'm just teasing. But that is, yeah. No, you're all good. Hey, I missed 2 days. You're gonna miss 2 days. It works out, right? Right? That's how that works. Okie dokie, let's see how this looks now. Not ready to say bye to my little cat. Okie dokie, let's see how this looks. And for now, let's go ahead and put all of you guys. Oh, that's not too bad. But I definitely need to go and yeah, okay. So that one needs a bit more gradation. Let's go and check your there you go. There you go. Perfect. Go be awesome. Okay. So we are we're gonna make you really, really light. Okay. Okay, and yep. Alright, so we're also going to do the same with you. Alright, let's see how this looks now. Okay. Yep. Yep. All right. I still need to make changes to you. So we are going to go up here. We're going to... Okay, and we're going to check that. Hit save. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit lighter on here. Alright. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I need you to be a little bit lighter still. It's the wrong one. Okay, I still need you to be a little bit lighter. God bless, come on. Alright, let's test that. See how it goes. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Alright, I am going to need to add... I'm going to need to add... Okay. Nice! Woohoo! Oh, hey. It's break time! I may end up bumping out early. We'll see how this goes. I know that sounds really, really bad. And I really, really shouldn't. Like, I really, 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 really shouldn't. But, especially considering that I was not here for the first 2 days. This week. So, you know, maybe not a good choice. Wait, that's the wrong way. Wait, no, that's not the wrong way. You think he'll sew now? Woohoo! I know. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll make those decisions. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay. Okie dokie. Ooh, nice. Very nice. That's cool. No. Nice. By the way, whenever I just like randomly go nice after saying something about something I've already or that has been mentioned, it is that I'm rereading it, and each time I am having a reaction to me to rereading it. This is, I don't know if that's a typical neurodivergent thing to do or not, but it is definitely something that I have definitely done. So, and I wonder if, I really do wonder if that's a typical neurodivergent thing to do. Because we're treating it as new information each time, and it's not old information. Although our brain does also categorize it as old information as well, which can be very problematic. But if it's short, okay, so if it's long, it's old information. If it's short, it's new information. How's that? So I think that that's how that goes. Other people who are indie might have a different take on that. I do not know. But that is the way it seems like it works. That's why bullet points are one of the most amazing things ever invented. If you say that they aren't, you're a very silly person. I don't think there's a single person I know of that does not like a bullet pointed list. A bullet point list. I think that was probably one of the things I absolutely disliked about, I mean, it's why bullet point journals are so freaking popular. Right. Probably one of the biggest problems I ever had in college or in school was when teachers would be like, yeah, we're going to go and give you all of this information because all of it's important. And it's like, no, not all of it is important. The whole point of this is, something that I learned from How to ADHD was keep everything in one notebook. Now, that does not mean that I don't have very specific notebooks for very specific things, but 90% of all my stuff is in one notebook, like 90% of it. And, yeah, no. I have everything in there because of that. Because it's like, okay, it's too much to keep track of, specific notebooks for everything. So, yes. Right. I have sketchbooks everywhere. I never know what any... I honestly need to go and like write in my list of things about my sketches or drawings, like which notebook it is in, and label all of my... or which sketchbook it's in, and label all of my sketchbooks. Like 100%. Nice. Right? Yeah, no, label makers are again, one of the best inventions ever. there are just some inventions that were created by people who were definitely neurodivergent or lived with somebody who was neurodivergent, because you know damn well that it was somebody being like, hey, what's in this box? I don't know. I think it's this, this, and this. And they'd be like, I don't believe you. And then they'd go and be like, holy shit, it really is. Or somebody would be like, okay, I need to be able to find this thing quickly, but I can't have this out right now. All right, so we're just going to put it in a box and that's it. Or somebody forgetting what a very specialized piece of tool or a specialized tool is, and being like, okay, what is this thing again? And know that they need it, but have no idea what it looks like. Like, I really, really do feel that, like, that most things that make life so much easier for everyone was made for people who were literally being like, hey, this thing is not working as it ought to, so we need to figure out something else. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. God. That reminds me. So speaking of tools for bookmaking and everything, that reminds me, there's I forget what the actual term of it is, but it's literally this tool that is made for folding paper. And it is one of the most versatile tools in bookmaking. Anyways, yes, white tape and tape and Sharpie does really, really well too. Yeah, bone folder, a bone folder. So that reminds me of the bone folder, and then that reminded me of a story about these archaeologists who found a tool. It's a leather burnisher is the tool, but they found this tool. They had no idea what it was, and then they took it to a leather craftsman, and they were like, "Hey, yeah, it's this thing." And the archaeologists were absolutely in shock, and they were like, how do you know? It's like, because we still use it. They're like, what? We still literally use it. It is like this item the burnisher that they were using, the style has not changed in over 5,000 years. And the archaeologists are like, why? It hasn't changed materials or any of that. And they're like, because it lasts like a mother trucker, and it's the best material for what we're doing, because you know metal scrapes up the leather, and plastic eventually breaks, and it's like yeah bone lasts forever if it's well taken care of and used. Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Unfortunately, a lot of the world is real broke. Maybe not so much the ancient world, but a lot of the modern world is very, very broke. I will say the whole like crop rotation thing, I think that's a very, very modern solution. I think it's the most modern solution that has occurred that is actively useful, aside from computers, but you know, c'est la vie, computers are useful to an extent. Of course, I'm saying that while I'm drawing, or while I'm live streaming to somebody who is literally like a couple thousand miles away and making images without using a camera and all of that. So, you know. But there are a lot of things in this world that we have overcomplicated things. So, you know, food should not be complicated. I understand why some food is very complicated, especially being neurodivergent. I saw a really, really great example of this, and it was a comparison of blueberries and what was it? Cheez-It crackers. And the comparison was that every time you take a bite out of a blueberry, you never know what you're going to get. Whereas with manufactured food, it is exactly the same each and every time. Now, there are a few times where it is different, but for the most part, and everyone really, really looks forward to when it's that different, but for the most part, it is incredibly, incredibly, it is all primarily, the same. And so that's where, as somebody who is neurodivergent, that's where the problem comes in. It's not that we don't want healthy food, it is the fact that you never actually know what you're going to get unless you buy manufactured food. And yes, and that is where that problem comes into play. Yeah, sure, you can go and cook it and try and make it taste as similar as you can. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but at the same time, we've really, really overcomplicated food, and especially in the States. I mean, okay, so yes, I am a weeb. I absolutely love stuff from Japan. Yeah. But here's the thing, is that Japan, they're all like, hey, we will go and try the craziest shit ever. But we have a very, very good distinction, and while I don't like it, their fruit is very, very expensive. But the thing is that they treat everything that they do, well, almost everything that they do. I can't say anything about the office work because they're all like, the office work is soulless. But as far as the as far as what is it? The what is it? As far as the fruits go, they treat it like growing the fruit and the animals and things like that, like the actual like farming. Yeah. Even though it comes out with the like most amazing shit ever, it is very, very toxic. Honestly, I think we should all take a page out of Europe's handbook. Okay, so as toxic as working in those offices is, one of the funniest things about it is that they consistently have a lot of days off, and it's just like, bro, come on, man. Can't be that bad. But like we should take work culture from Europe, with the exception of when it comes to foods. We should definitely stick with Japan, in which they treat growing fruit like an art. Like literally each piece of fruit is so delicately chosen and individually cared for. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. So it is definitely one of those things. So yeah, I would, yeah. We should take work culture from Europe and food culture from Japan. Specifically work culture from France. Cause they're all just like, yeah, we're not gonna fire you. And okay, so this is how we could truly make America great again. Take food practices from Japan, which whenever they show something on the package, it has to be at size and it has to look exactly like what they present. Like if you buy food, that is exactly what you look at. The manufacturing process there is insane, and the training there is insane. Work ethics from France, in which they're like, yeah, we have very strict work times and policies on this. And what is it? crap, I can't think of the countries. I think it's the same country, but I could be totally wrong. The prison culture from, what is it? Crap, I don't remember. But the whole thing about it is that they get their own rooms. It's an actual room where they can go and learn and everything. And they aren't even upset about people like trying to escape, because they're like, yeah, that's totally a thing. You're allowed to try and escape. But the thing is that if you escape with your issued uniform, that is theft, and so you will get caught again for that. You have to return your clothes. And then what was the other one? The homelessness. I forget which country did it, but or maybe it was 2 different countries. And I know that these 3 are European countries. I don't remember which ones. But one of them has everyone has like basic homelessness is pretty much taken care of. Like they pretty much don't have any homelessness there, which is impressive. And it turned out that it was way cheaper. So, but yeah, like those are the things. What country? Everyone gets a basic stipend, like a basic like living stipend once they reach a certain age. Yeah, and we should take like the whole, everybody actually has like a national health care system. I don't know if all of Europe has it or if most of Europe has it, but we should definitely take that as well. So 5 things that we could do to drastically improve. Oh, and Canada, I think it's Canada, has centers where if you want to take drugs, you can go there, be safe while taking it, and like they don't let cops on or around campus, so they can't do anything. So you don't have a chance to overdose. And the only thing that they say is, hey, please listen to our spiel about getting cleaned. And that's it. That's all you have to do. And from what I understand, but then again, I haven't done a whole bunch of research into it, but from what I understand, that is like the biggest thing right there. Like, if we can take those things and actually incorporate it into the States, we'd be so much better off. And that's not even touching the school system. That's not even touching the school systems. Okay? Like, those like 5-6 things, that would make us great. That would make us absolutely freaking fantastic. Yes, food would cost more, but we're already paying a shit ton of food for we're paying a shit ton for food that is shit-tastic quality. I would rather pay a shit ton of money for good quality food. Like, what the hell? I don't know what people's problem is. I really don't. I really don't know. Is it that you guys just don't want to help others? Like, I don't understand, folks. I really don't. Anyways, all right, I'm off my soapbox. Oh, and as far as child stars go in England, you want to know one reason why it took them so long to go and do the Harry Potter movies? It's because they have very strict laws about child actors. Very strict laws. Like, school is the most important thing. Then regular meals. That's why all the kids look healthy and realistic. Like, up until they got much older, like into their teen, like late teens, early 20s, they all looked like normal kids. Like, they all looked like normal kids. So, yes. Yes. Anyways. All right. Again, off my soapbox. No, 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 no! Fuck. And also, this is just my opinion on things. This is not like anything else. But it is something that I do feel is important. Because, you know, shit like that does affect me. It affects everyone I know. So, you know. The thing is, okay, so I am of a long line of patriots. I'm from a long line of patriots. Not the crazy ones, not the crazy ones. Although fighting in a revolution is pretty crazy, but not like the super crazy ones that are out there, but like a long line of people who have served in the armed forces, and very much are rolling in their graves right now. Of this, I have no doubt. Anyways, so yeah, I have absolutely no doubt that my family my ancestors are rolling in their graves right now. Although I do have a couple of members of my family that are just like, yeah, and I'm just like, do you not understand what's going to happen here? Do you not see the outcome of this? Anyways, we have not talked about this. Anyways, where am I going with this? I am going someplace. Oh, right. Ancestors. So, you know, I come from a long line of ancestors, and it's like, patriotic. So I really, really would like us to continue being the you know, the country that everyone actually wants to come to and is not afraid of what we're going to do. I understand why they're afraid, and it's not just because of our politics. It's because of what happens when we have somebody really foolish at the helm of the world's largest military and most advanced military, from my understanding. I don't know how advanced it is, but yes. But I will definitely say that that I understand their reasoning. And if shit goes down, it's not going to end well for anyone. So anyways, but the thing that made America great wasn't the fact that we had armies. Wasn't the fact about all of this thing. What really honestly built America was the welcoming of was bringing in other cultures and ideas and trying to meld them together. I will definitely say that it has been a very, very, very rough road on that. I don't know why it became such a rough road. I really don't. aside from
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led
people being silly.
organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Hello. No, I don't think it's, honestly, I don't think it's all that complicated. I think it comes down to the one thing that we stopped doing, and that was thinking about the future for future generations. I think that that's what happened, is that we stopped thinking about the future generations, and everyone's just like, hey, yeah, let's just go and do our own thing. And a part of that is, you can kind of see it with, like, we're now getting back to communities because we're so focused on things as individuals, and because it's a lot easier to stop things from happening when it's just an individual, you know. But and so now you know, with the rise of the internet, is that every little thing can be addressed, but at the same time the question is, does it really need to be addressed? Like, basic human rights, I mean, technically there are no rights. All right. There is technically no such thing as rights. What it is survival. Well, guess what, guys? We are 90% done with survival. At this point, literally, survival is artificially created. All right. The other thing about that is that, you know, we stopped asking, you know, hey, how is this going to affect future generations? And for those who are making those decisions, the making the big decisions, you see, they're more concerned about short-term profitability than they are long-term consequences. And so it stopped being about what is good for the future. That's what it comes down to. We stopped asking what is good for the future. And that's where we failed at. That's where we failed at. Because if we had continued asking that, we would be the most powerful country in the world. But we stopped asking that. And instead, we were taught to be individuals. Like group projects, we all know that that's a joke. Okay? Because none of us were taught how to actually work in a group. The only time that you have that group mentality is if you're into sports. Well, unfortunately, very few people can actually do sports, you know. Especially one where you see results. Very few people can do that. So we stopped asking, you know, what's best for the future? Well, what's best for the future is to work together. And, you know, that's what it comes down to. All right. Like, if we had asked that, you know, 2 generations ago, you know, after the horrors of war and everything, things would have been so much better. Well, yes. Yes, see, but that's a part of it. That's a part of it. What is good for the future? That includes compassion and empathy. See, I think that is... Maybe I'm not being more specific enough. Well, those that are in power now, those that have the power now, they are not aligned. Those that were in power during the world wars, that was more during the Depression and the world wars. Like that is where that disconnect happened. Because the people who were in charge back then, they actually did care to an extent. I know that a couple of videos ago, or a couple live streams ago, I talked about George Washington Carver and George Washington Carver and Henry Ford working together to create alternatives for... Oh, no. I'm not saying that the past was all amazing and everything. Absolutely not. The past was absolutely horrible. But the thing is that the questions that they asked was, what is good for... Yeah, exactly. It is... They stopped asking what was good for the future. Instead, what is going to be what is good for me? You know, that's where that happened. You know. Oh yeah, 100%. Like yeah, exactly. What is good now? That is where we're at right now. That's the shift that happened. I don't think that that's gonna work out. That's the shift that happened. Not what is good for the future, what is good for now. What is good for me, what is good now. You know, because we have lived in the now. The reason why Japan has been able to surpass us in many, many ways is that they... Yeah, I don't like that. Okay. But I'm not going to delete it because God knows I may change my mind. But what ended up... See, that's the thing that has shifted in Japan is that, or that was the thing that they did in Japan is that it wasn't what is good for me. It very much is the what is good for the future. And there are many countries that are following that same example. And, oh yeah, 100%. No. I'm not saying that that's the only reason why Japan actually was able to grow is because of that. But their priority, but their shift since then has been a future. They're like, what is good for the future? There has definitely been a shift in that because, you know, and you can see this in how they see that. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that let's go to Japan like all the way. No, there are some really bad aspects of Japanese culture. I'm sorry. There are some really, really bad aspects, okay? Like, I would love to go there. I would not love to live there. Like, at all. Absolutely not. No way in hell. Like, absolutely not. Yes, and that the community being, there is a balance that can be struck. There's always a balance somewhere, but it's very, very hard to reach that balance. And we, honestly, as a country, we are too young. We really are. We have too much power and we're too young. Oh yeah, 100%. Everyone's like, oh, they don't have all these things in Japan. Oh really? Oh really? You do realize that there's a freaking whole suicide forest. A whole suicide forest. How many of those people do you think are actually neurodivergent people who freaking, like, absolutely feel like failures? And a child should not be going to a suicide forest. They say that the cultural belief that, I understand that it is changing, but the cultural belief that suicide is okay, while it's a nice reprieve from the Christian, like, oh my God, suicide is terrible and you're going to burn in hell. Exactly. Just from stress from school and feeling like, oh my God, I'm such a failure. Suicide is looked on like an honorable thing. I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'm going to take this a little bit too far and I do apologize. But here's the thing, is that if that was a truly honorable thing, everybody in Japan would be dead because they lost World War II. Okay? All right. So no, it is not honorable and you know it, and you just want a relatively easy way out. That's not to say that that stigmatizing it it makes it any better, because you know what? Sometimes shit situations are so shit that there is very few ways to get out, and sometimes you can't get to those ways. Exactly. The honorable, but it's still considered an honorable thing. It really is. I prefer the other way of exactly. It is really traumatizing. Like, oh my God. Mental health is definitely not something that is spoken about in Japan. Despite them having like some of the best doctors and everything, there's a reason why so many of their top tier anime are psychologically scarring. Like, seriously, on a very basic level. There's a reason for it. So, yeah, no, I by no means am saying Japan is the end all be all. And anyone who thinks that, you guys seriously need to take a good hard look at how they treat people. But it's definitely a thing. Like, basically all of us agree, like, as humans, that children are super important. Japan takes this to an almost extreme level for their kids. They over-engineered a backpack, and I'm not gonna lie, if I had the money and everything, like, their backpacks are meant to last them for at least 4 years. The little kid backpacks are like $300, but they're supposed to last like four years. They're over-engineered. They have light refractors inside of them. They are built as flotation devices. They are absolutely crazy in how over-engineered they are. But you know what? That's freaking awesome. I bet you one of those fuckers could actually go and stop a bullet. So, you know what? It's fine. Be as over-engineered as you want. Okay? the fact that they do that, and the fact that they literally make sure that like it is viewed as the community's obligation to make sure that kids are okay. I'm not, yeah. They have some of the lowest birth rates in the world. And reason being is that women worldwide are tired of dealing with bullshit. I saw a really, really good video the other day, and it was, I don't know if he was French or what he was, but this guy, he's like, you're not competing. It's this whole thing. He did it in a really, really nice way. He's like, it's the whole thing that guys aren't competing against guys anymore. And I've always thought that was a weird sentiment, because I don't date. It's too much work. And like if I'm interested in somebody, you know. Oh yeah, no, they have actually Japan or China is also in a similar situation. Now, but no, Japan definitely has like the lowest birth rate of anyone in the world. So low that the aging population is like, what the fuck are we going to do? Like, seriously, it is that bad. But you know what? It is... Women are freaking tired of dealing with the bullshit. So, you know what? I have no problems with that. Okay. All right, I like that one better. Okie dokie, Smokey. Yeah, it's so bad that their infrastructure is on the verge of not being so great because of it. I think they are giving incentives for people to go and have more kids. So then their birth rate doesn't collapse. Which, you know, fair, but still. Oh, I'm so sorry. You got distracted, my fault. But, you know, that's the thing I'm saying. We don't have to take everything from every culture, okay? Just cherry pick the best, and the best is the things that help us make a better future. And a better future is one where the children is one where we can guarantee our children have a happy life. You want to know why our children have such a shit-tastic time? It isn't because there's so much crap going on. No, it's because they have access to all the information we do. And in many ways, they are growing up faster than previous generations. You know, in previous generations, they helped out on the farm. They didn't actually like do everything. You know, they understood that they needed to work in order to provide, but that still didn't stop them from, you know, going and doing things. But, you know, the physical aspects is one type of labor. You know, they don't have to worry about that now. Now it's the mental workload that they're doing. And I'm sorry that so many of the... Oh my gosh. That's terrifying. And God, I really hope that your cousin's kid's doing all right. Well, and the thing comes down to two things with that. And I know, I'm probably going to get, like, you know, negative things here. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm probably going to get a couple of negative things here, but, you know, the things that they're going to focus on is guns. You know, That's not where you need to focus on. It is the psychological aspects that brought this about, and they're going to go and talk about it's, and they're going to go and make this like, oh hey, this is you know, they're not going to focus on the psychological why this happened. They're going to focus, and they're not going to. Yeah. We didn't start doing, let's see, at my schools, that we didn't start doing drills until high school, honestly. And, you know, it, like, I don't approve of what's going on. Okay. I don't approve of it. It is negligent gun safety. Okay. I am paranoid. Whenever I handle a gun, I am super paranoid about how I'm handling it and all of that. Like, super paranoid with that. Okay. But it is right. But it's negligent gun safety, and it is, it's a psychological aspect, because, you know, a lot of these people, they just don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Exactly. You know, and see, and then they're going to focus in on why didn't anyone stop it? I can't say anything to that. What I can say is that it is very likely that the only thing that I will ding her on, is that she did not teach her child a healthy respect for weaponry. Okay? They are tools. They are meant to provide protection and food. That is it. Okay? Weapons lockup, you know, that's something else, you know. That's something else. But as far as that goes, but as far as the rest of that goes, you know, she also, but that doesn't mean anything. I have family members who are law enforcement, but I know that the kids have, oh yeah, I'm sure that she's like full of regrets right now. And absolutely, like, I wouldn't be surprised if her mental, like, I'm sure her mental state right now is absolutely in the floor, like, absolutely on the floor. But the thing with that is that again, it is very much something that I think that it's very much going to be, what was the psychological triggers and why was there no help? That is where that is. Oh yeah, no, definitely. People need to have, oh no, you're fine. Here's the end of this stream, and I can speak to this on a personal level. We need to have free health care. That will take care of like 90% of our problems. Because guess what? 90% of our problems is just people feeling like shit and not having access, or not having regular access. So that is the one thing that I do feel like everybody actually needs to go and do. Like, go and have regular screenings and all that. That is something that should be a basic right. Like, access to healthcare back in the day was very easy. You go to your local medicine woman and pay her a thing. Exactly. With support that does not have payment barriers, okay? And cultural, yeah. You should not be ashamed for having psychological issues. You should not be ashamed for having health issues, okay? And you know, being neurodivergent, it's both. It's both psychological and physical. Unfortunately, the physical aspect doesn't come, our symptoms for the physical aspect sucks. Because everyone's like, oh yeah, we all have that. Fuck you. Excuse me. Anyways, so that's my call to action on this, is that you've got to have, you know, you can't just sit there and be like, oh yeah, it's this thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is that you need free access medical care. And yes, if it comes out of taxes, fine. It sucks, but you know what? We wouldn't have shootings. And if we did, then that's not somebody having a mental crisis. That's just somebody who's ready to murder. And that's where we have problems. Okay? That's where the problems are at. Okay? That is my 2 cents. Okay? 2 cents. 2 cents. La 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 la. Anyways, all right. All right. I think we have hit the end of this one. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. It will probably be a quiet day unless somebody wants to come in and rile me up. Woo! All right. You guys have a good one. I will see you later. Be safe out there.